For more information about student outcomes, visit carrington.edu/STI. The music you love is all right here on TuneIn, bringing you good vibes and the hottest hits. But are you ready to amp things up even more? Just upgrade to TuneIn Premium for all of our exclusive music channels.
You're not even gonna react.
Commercial free. So you get more of today's hits. More country roads. And everything else. All here, commercial free on TuneIn.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JVC and the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack and a $6 Biggie Bite. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part, they all come with napkins. Or $6 and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
You can stream all the podcasts you already love right on TuneIn. Available on your smartphone, on your tablet, and even on your connected devices. There's so much to explore, like mind-blowing facts about your world.
So they were disallowed.
All right, we are. Oh, goodness, excuse me. We are now live. And give me just a second to get us going here. I'm excited about today. An improved strategy. We're going to trade the edges today. So we'll use the VWAP as bias confirmation. However, vintage new updates install later. Okay, so we're going to trade the edges. We'll use the VWAP as confirmation. However, we'll identify the targets that price action will go to. And then what we'll do is execute the trade once it's actually arrived at the target. So that'll eliminate a lot of the possibilities and probabilities. I'll explain that as we go. But before we get started, just want to go to today's scripture. Actually, I want to lean into God for continuing to reveal to us this open door. This open door, we're going through it. It's a door of abundance, but as we know, it is also risky. So 1 Corinthians 9:24 through 27, summarizing it, train like an athlete, not a gambler. So basically, I'm not going to go into the full scripture. That's 1 Corinthians 9:24 through 27 in regards to training like an athlete and applying it to trading. Trading is performance. It's not luck. We execute with precision and repetition. So we're looking for precise entries at 1 to 2 A+ setups a day, sometimes 3, but there's 1 to 2 for sure. And we're not going to overtrade. We're looking at consistency, not intensity. So that's how we're going to start this day. And we're just going to give God thanks for our daily bread. And we're going to lean in for just the revelation of the knowledge, the understanding, the insight, and wisdom as we prepare ourselves to receive a blessing. Okay, so this is truly a blessing that we can tap into this unlimited source of money. When we look at this chart, we should see money. Each of those candles represent money, buyers, and sellers. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And we're tracking price action. And we are identifying liquidity targets. So with that being said, we don't have very much time. to get started today. I was a little late getting my printer set up. Still didn't do that successfully, so that's okay. I'll be taking a lot of notes. We are preparing for market open. Oh, there it is. It is already open. So let's get ready to take these screenshots and apply it to our notes. Looking at the first liquidity sweep of the day, and it's down at the 6593 level. And we'll go ahead and take this. Let's go. Let's get the screenshots. Break out your phones. Break out, do a screenshot. You can do it from your laptop. You can do it from your phone, your iPad. Go through the motions. We got to go through the motions if we want to master this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, what I've learned that I like to do is I like to go to the 1 day and scrunch it in like that.
Confirmation. Volume confirms sweeps, breakouts, exhaustion.
Like that there, and I give Grace a lot of data.
20-bar average. The current average.
Okay, so Grace has that.
Overnight high or overnight.
I'm going to go ahead and go to the options chain. Open up your apps. Go to SPX.
Immediate range rejection or stall after the spike.
And let's take some screenshots of the options chain. Particularly, we want to go calls and puts, so we want both. Open interest sides.
No rejection.
Current price is 65.84, so we want to go 100 points below. Okay, I got that. Now we're going to put that into our AI. I'm turning mine into Grace. Okay, while that's generating, I'm going to fix my charts. So back to the 5 minute I go. Okay. And I stand corrected. I'm going to go back to the 1 day and I'm going to get rid of my lines. Okay, lines are gone. I'm going to draw a line right here. This is yesterday's performance. That is a liquidity level that we want to mark off. And it does look like we are there right now doing a sweep. Okay. All right, got that marked off. So let's go back to the 5-minute for today. Okay, so that's where we are right now. That's what's happening. Okay, so we're seeing a sweep. We've got the John Wick candle at the bottom. Well, it's the forming of a John Wick candle. We'll let it go ahead and form. This could be ideal entry if it's a true reversal. We don't want to get faked out. This could be the bottom of the box potentially, but we're waiting for signals first. Let's take a look at the 2-minute. Candle still forming on the 2-minute. All right, I'm keeping my eye on the action right now. Got the TTM squeeze signaling down. Or no, is that down or up? That's up. Signaling up. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. However, let's go ahead and take a look at the Smart Money roadmap this morning. Price is headed to yesterday's low. What does that mean? It could mean a potential entry. However, we need to confirm that it's not going lower. We Learned yesterday that there's liquidity at 65.50, so that's still in the memory. So I'm showing that 65.85 through 65.90 is a pin zone. $65.90 is a primary pin zone. However, that could change. But there is a heavy call. There's call stacking above, which means that there's contracts there, liquidity. Grace is saying 65.85 is the magnet. But that can change. But that is the magnet at the moment. We're looking for a pullback and a rebalance. Uptrend, pullback, rebalance. There's not much different resistance below 6,600. We saw that yesterday. There's a key support level. At 6550 through 6570. Key support. And we'll see that 6570 level get tested right now. We'll see if it's going to hold. Could go as low as 6550, which is what I was expecting yesterday. It didn't happen, but we're pretty close again today. There's quite a bit of liquidity at 6550. So we are slightly bearish at the moment. Price is down. And we're establishing our range right now. We started at 6601. We know there's liquidity at 6,600, psychological round number. So the institutional, which is a big deal, zones. We got supply zone
Trade window
at
open.
6595 through 6610. Supply zone. We got a demand zone at 6530 through 6550. Demand zone. Yeah, keeping my eye on the distribution right now. Again, we're testing the 6570 support level. That level ranges from 6550 to 6570, so we're at the top edge of it right now, which means it could and probably will go down another 20 points. We're at the mid liquidity shelf, so we're right in the middle. Grace is saying there's a strong support cluster at 6550 through 6530. Okay, so here's an important thing. Is 6500 then comes into play if that strong support level, that strong support cluster gets breached. 6550 psychological round number becomes a major downside magnet. So the most likely pin at this point is 6550 through 6600. We can get 25% out of that range. We can get 50% out of that range. However, 25% is our target. We want stress-free trades today, so going to be on the safer side, right? So support level 1 was 65.70. It's being hit right now. Support level 2, 65.50. Support level 3, 65.30. All right, so that's in play right now. We are checking out the support levels. I'm seeing the formation of the first green candle after this runoff. Well, maybe not. Okay, let's just keep going. We got resistance levels at 6595. Resistance level number 2, 6600, which is key, psychological round number, huge number of contracts sitting there. And then we have resistance level 3, 6610, which is the high of yesterday's liquidity. Okay. Keeping an eye on that green candle that's forming at 65.70. We are at key support level. We'll see if it holds. I'm seeing a rejection. I'm seeing the John Wick formation right now. Next candle needs to be green though. And that would be a broken wing iron condor or a put credit spread. I am looking at positioning right now. So 65.70. Next support level is 6550. So I'm looking at 655. Like I said, I'm going stress-free today. So looking at maybe a 36 delta at 6540, 6540 through 6545. Put credit spread. That's what I'm looking at. However, prices, this candle is so large, it's stretching from 650 through 6580, going back to the VWAP. And this may not be the play of the day, the play of the morning. I'm because it doesn't leave much room to run. So we're already back at the VWAP. We'll get a retest right here. However, it's not promised that the price will continue to run up. We need confirmation of that. So I'm standing down. We have a retest of the VWAP right now, and I'm going to go with that. So I'm actually going to even move our low to there. Going to give it a new color. I like this one, burnt orange, or I don't know. What color is that? Excuse me. All right, this is an important test. Okay. That's a pretty decent box for now. Oh, we see a big red candle on the 5-minute forming. So not only is the VWAP being tested and potential rejection, that was a fake reversal. So just keep that in mind. Also, John Wick candle green, there it is. However, the reason it's a John Wick candle green, we've got this major distribution right here. Boom, straight sell off down into a support level at 65.70, and then a strong reversal, John Wick right there, strong reversal going back up. Next candle red, going right back down. So the red nullified the reversal. So the reversal pattern is nullified, and the John Wick reversal is invalid. So I'm still looking at and formulating my strategy. If price gets to 65.50, which we are so close, price gets to 65.50. At that point, I'm looking at a put credit spread for it to run back up. I do believe that would be very close to the bottom of the range. I'll be looking for a reversal pattern at 65.50 and the VWAP's at 65.79 at the moment, and that would be a good 25% play. However, the 65.50 range, it does extend to 65.30, and then 6,500 comes into play. So needs to be like a strong reversal pattern. It needs to be obvious. It needs to not be any question about it. High level of conviction. So we are waiting for directional confirmation at this moment. We are in a bearish sell-off. So it's full on distribution right now. So we may not get the confirmation to execute for another 30 minutes. That's what my smart money roadmap is saying, is that 7:30 is going to be our target time anyway. 7:30 to 9 will be range expansion, our trend day confirmation. So this could be a trend day, especially with what's happening right now with the Iran war, today being the day. Right. Okay. So we got new target, 65.50. While we're at it, talk about stop losses. 15 to 20% max on the stop loss. We're elevating our discipline And so that's going to eliminate a lot of stress from the trades. We exit fast and early. So any invalidation of the thesis. Yesterday, I took a small loss on a call credit spread. It actually came back in my favor. However, once it crossed my line, I got out of that trade. We're in the month of April, extreme discipline, and it's better to leave money on the table than to blow the account up with a big loss. So we'll take those small losses, and that will increase our profitability. So if we just get in the habit of taking those small losses when our thesis becomes invalid over the course of the month, we'll be ahead. We'll be ahead. And that's how we turn into highly profitable traders, is taking small losses and 25% wins, looking for those base hits. Another thing is when it comes to the support levels and the resistance levels, if we're at 25%, it's time to get out of the trade because it can bounce and turn against us real quick. So, if it's got a long way to run, then that's great. Like this one is still like extending down. We're at 65.48 right now. 65.30 will probably be the landing zone for the price. However, it could still go to 6,500. So we're just keeping that in mind. And we're going to let it get to the bottom before we do anything. And even when we do get our position, after we've gotten a reversal signal, once we get our position, if it breaches the short put at this point, it's going to be a put credit spread, and if it breaches the short put, it's time to exit. So no questions about it. That's my plan. No, don't even ask. That's what I'm doing. The minute the thesis becomes invalid, is we're first and foremost, we need to protect our capital. And again, a small loss is nothing compared to the amount and profits that we stand to gain. And with the market being what it is, the 25% is always obtainable as long as we get the direction correct. Which brings up the next topic of if the direction is incorrect and we're trading against price action, the institutions, and the market, we're not going to fight it. We always lose in most cases, and hope is not a strategy. So when we see biases flipped and it's going against us, we need to exit ASAP and either reposition or if you're feeling emotional, no emotional trade, take a step back, stand down. Yeah, still looking at the smart money roadmap, just going through it one more time. All right, we're at the 650 level. On alert for the reversal pattern. rush it. Let it happen. Could be a sign of first reversal, 6550. Watch out for a fake reversal right here. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna mute us out for a second. But at the same time, this could be a possible entry. Possibly. We're looking for confirmation. All right. I am back with you, and it does look like this is a true reversal. Well, gonna need more confirmation than that. Very, yeah. Oh, gonna need more confirmation than that. Buyers are showing up. RSI is oversold. All right, it's looking good. Okay, so we've executed. We're at the bottom of the range. So what that means is we are at the bottom of the box, and the John Wick plus the green candles following the John Wick indicate a reversal. That's our reversal pattern. So that's how I based it on that. We went to 65.50 zone. That was a targeted liquidity zone. It's been tapped. We see the distribution from here, 65.02 down to 65.42. We see the sweep wick, John Wick. We see the reversal green, and we see the confirmation green. So now at the bottom of the range, smart money's done the sweep, and now in reversal back to the VWAP. How do I know? I see the candles, and they are confirming. We we'll go over the John Wick pattern a little more, and in regards to once we're at a key liquidity level, how it signifies a reversal. Yeah, this is the highest probability we can get is once we get confirmation towards the edges of the box. VWAP test can be kind of tricky. In this case, it would have been good after the first 5 minute close. It did run off more, but you see that big green candle, that would have been kind of nervy jervy. But then it got followed up with a big rejection candle, and then it ran down. So again, the whole objective is for low stress. No, but I can take a screenshot of it. I wasn't able to print it. I'll do a screenshot.
continuation or reversal decision trap. Midday chop zone. Range behavior likely. Capital protection phase. Smart money psychology. Let them think prices stably accumulate quietly.
How did that go? Like that? We're on mute. Was it a lot of chatter? Got the complete picture?
Yeah, and it's kind of hard because, you know, one thing I can't stand is when people ask me, okay, what do I need to do now for this? And when I tell them, like, when my sister asked me, I was down to the exact same thing. It was like I was reliving the moment. She said, when I explained to her, like, the steps, because I had told her this, like, I said, the steps are a part of this, so I do require 10,000 steps a day, and I require, like, whether it be a screenshot, you can send me at the end of the week or every day or whatever, but I had asked her if she had a watch or something. I was like, that's the best way you can do it because then you don't have to have your phone with you all the time. And she seems like she just doesn't want to spend any more money, which is fine, but I also said, like, you can get really cheap ones on Amazon that only track your steps. Like, you don't need it for everything. I'm asking you to track your steps. So rather than trying to have your phone on you all the time, and that's not really that accurate anyways. It's just easier to have that. And she had said okay, and then she said, so what do you need from me then as far as that goes? And I said, I just need a screenshot, I don't care how you do it, screenshot of your phone, whatever. And like I said, you know, weekly or nightly, you just she said okay. So I asked her how the steps are going this morning. Well, they really aren't. Haven't been doing good on that. And I was like, are you tracking them? She's like, well, no, not really. And I don't have my phone on me all the time. And I said, well, that's why I said it's easier to just do a watch because then you don't have to make sure that your phone's on you all the time. And she's like, oh, yeah. So I said again, you know, go on Amazon. Like, you can get one for $20. You know, like, it doesn't need to be the one that has everything on it. She's like, okay, I'll do that. And I'm like, but we're started. We're already started. And this is where I already had this conversation with you about it. And here we are, you know, we're just 2 days in technically. But now you're going to have to order it. You're going to get it. You know, like, it's all the things. Like, don't ask me if you're not prepared to do it. You know, like.
Yeah.
And so then I said, how's the nutrition going? And it was all sorts of excuses. It was her daughter's going away party or whatever, or her last day party or something. It was really her birthday. It was, and so there's a lot of food. And so, well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had, and so she tells me what she had and stuff. And I'm like, I said that's fine and everything, but you know. And she's like, well, it's just that I had to have the onions because they added a little bit of flavor to the food that you gave me, and then I substituted one of the meals, and I was like, this is not what we're doing. Like, if you're not going to stick to the plan, it's not a plan. So I just said, okay, well, you know, I understand, like, you had a lot going on, and there was Easter and stuff, but we want to start fresh, and, you know, hopefully from here on, for the rest of this week, you can do really well. And she's like, well, I'm just telling you, friend, it's not that it's, like, hard to eat the food that you've given me. It's just that I can't have any of the other stuff like pie and cake and cookies. And I'm like, right. I said, yeah. I said, for some people that stuff's really hard to give up, but that's the whole challenge part. And I said, you know, the whole point of this is to look at food differently. And, you know, what I want you to walk away with is a different lifestyle and a different way of thinking about food and what you're being more mindful of what you're putting in your body. Because all of that stuff is just crap. You're just putting crap in your body. It's not doing it any good. It's not helping it in any way. It's like alcohol. You might as well just dump a bunch of poison down your body. Like, it's not helping you in any way. You're adding calories for no reason. Calories without purpose. And so I was like, that's the whole purpose behind this, is to try to just get you a different lifestyle and mindset when it comes to food. And not to say that you can't ever have a bite or two of that kind of stuff, but what I will say is there's a lot of ways of making like sweets and the fun stuff in a healthy way. I make that kind of stuff all the time, and it's healthy. You don't have to have all the like,
Yeah.
additives and sugar and all of that. I said you can sweeten things up with a banana, with a pear, with unsweetened applesauce, with lots of different ways to do that without having the processed stuff that is bad for us. And then I just spoke a little bit on longevity and stuff, and she seems to kind of get it, but she's also, so then we were doing the training and I said, okay, you gotta breathe through it. And she's like, well, that's the first time I've ever seen that. And every time she would breathe, she would go like that.
That's new.
I was like,
I would have warned you about that.
yeah, I thought, gosh, I wonder if she's in the
Yeah.
And so I said, just breathe through it, not through your lips like that, but through, breathe through it. And she's like, going, and I was like, okay, if you have to do that, we need to lower the weight.
What?
It was on the slide.
And she did what?
She was like literally coming out of her seat and going like
How
this.
much
And I
was
like,
on there?
No, we don't want to do that. Like, we ended up taking it down to 30.
Okay.
We started at 40. So I said, we need to take it down. I don't want you doing that. And I said, and here's a rule that I have as a trainer is staying grounded. This is something I do as a trainer. I don't care what other trainers do. I do it as a trainer. So this is something I'm very strict about is staying grounded. Because when you're grounded, you have a better chance of having good form. So that's just, I prefer that. I want that. And if you're not willing to do it, we're not training together. So,
Yeah, good point.
so anyways, so we talked about that a little bit. And then of course she just wanted to talk about, well, how did you meet Titus? Like, and I was like, I don't want to do this. Like, she's like, I said at Lifetime. And then she acted so like she couldn't believe that. And I'm like, yeah, Lifetime, like, she's like, what? And I'm like, the gym Lifetime? Because I was like, does she not know it's a gym? So I was like, yeah, like the gym Lifetime. Like, she goes, Titus? And I'm like, yeah. I said, he's worked at a lot of different, he's been training for like 30 years. He's worked at a lot of different gyms, like CalFit, I said that he was at Lifetime when I first met him. And she was like, oh, I didn't know that. And I'm like,
Oh.
Okay. Like, she just acted so weirded out by it. Like, and I was like, yeah. And so then I kind of went into like your history of training and how, you've been training for so long and you used to do classes that were like 50 plus people and like, he's been doing personal training and group training and stuff. She's like, so what is this? This is personal training? And I was like, yeah, when you're doing like one-on-one, it's personal training. And then like he does, like your class that he does and stuff. And so then we got through a little bit more. And she goes, well, this is definitely different than Titus's class. And I said, yeah, it's a lot different.
It's a lot different.
She goes, but it's just different. Like, and it was like she wanted to explain it to me. And I was like,
we get it.
So I said, yeah, it's different. Same thing is different. And she was like, no, but like I'm saying like in a way of like when I'm in this class and I'm like, Titus, I'm tired. He'll be like, okay, well just do what you can. And I'm like, I don't know how to take that. Like I'm not really sure what she meant by that.
Yeah, it's hard to push her. Like, I mean, I don't know what's like.
Maybe she thinks I was pushing her a little too hard. I wasn't though. Honestly, all I said was, you got it.
Well, maybe it was harder than me, but yeah, she's got to understand that we came from her having a broken foot, deconditioned, not able to do anything, and me not understanding exactly who she is. Now it's like, okay, that's too light,
Oh, she'll use what she will definitely. She's definitely one of those that's like, I'm not gonna really go as hard as I know I can.
Right.
I'll just kind of. It's most women, to be perfectly honest with you. Most women will do that, and a big part of it, I think, is their mindset of as long as I'm lifting. I don't need to lift too heavy because that's going to make me, they think it'll make them bulky. And they think like, well, I'm a girl. I'm a man. It's fragile. You know, and it's like, no, you can still be strong and fragile at the same time. And that's actually a thing. Like, you can still be soft and womanly, but also strong and independent. So then I had a talk with her about being independent, and being strength training isn't just about building muscle, it's about longevity and, you know, do you want to be able to live independently? Because I think if I asked 10 people in the future, when you get in your 60s, 70s, and 80s, do you want to depend on somebody else to help you up? Do you want to depend on somebody else to be able to walk? Do you want to depend on somebody else to go to the bathroom? Do you want to, you know, I think pretty much all of them would say, no, I don't want to depend on somebody for that. And so I said, this is part of that, is making you independent for life. So where you don't have to depend on people. And if you fall, you don't break. If you fall, you can get back up. That's what the purpose of this is. You know, it's not just about building muscle, it's about why are we building muscle. And that's kind of why my saying is strong women built intentionally. Like there's an intention about this. Like we are doing it for a purpose. It's not just like, oh, I want to look good. There's a purpose behind it. So hopefully she understood that. You know, it's just, you know, like there's certain ones that, you know, like in their lifetime have not done a lot of like
moving.
Yeah, just moving in general. And so, you know, but I was very like, you know, when she said she was going to, I said, well, we need to work on that because remember that's part of the challenge. That's a big part of it. So, and at some point I'm even going to ask you to maybe walk with a weighted vest on because I'm going to add just a little bit of, you know, interval walking where it's like you walk a little while with that on, you know, and getting you into a different zone with your walking and stuff. We want to, and she's like, oh. And I was like, yeah, so we need to start with tracking because, you know, a lot of times I've heard it before, oh, I definitely get 10,000 steps in a day. I definitely do. And then when they actually track it, they're like, oh my gosh, I only got 4,000 steps in the day. And it's like, just because you're busy doesn't mean you're moving. So hopefully she'll get it. She'll get the watch. I don't think we had that conversation with her though, like, you know. And then I don't like that she's already starting off with, oh, I substituted a meal. You know, I switched this one for that one. I added avocado. I'm like, no. Because I was very specific when I started it. I said, just so you know, it's, you eat what is on the planet. She goes, well, also too, like you had me eating a lot of egg whites, and I was like super full. So I might take that down to like a half, because if you look at it, that many egg whites is like 4 eggs. I'm like, yeah, but it's without the yolk. So I said, so that's the thing about egg whites is you can have a high quantity without having high calories, and it's good protein. And she goes, well, I just might have to take it down because I felt like I was going to throw up. And I said, well, you don't have to eat it like in a certain time. Like you can eat it slowly, and really it's not that much. But she goes, well, I was telling my friend that this is a lot of food that she's asking me to eat. And I said, well, what you need to understand is it's actually not. I have you on a 1,200 calorie diet. It's not a lot of calories. It's not dense food. So it may seem like a lot of food to you because I think you're probably used to eating really dense food that's very heavy on you. And if I was putting you on that, then yeah, I'd probably only have you eating like 2 meals in a day. But yeah, this is going to be more spread out. It's going to be low calories, high volume. So, but you know, just already she's like, well, I might take that down. And I'm like, no, you don't substitute this. You don't take this down. You don't add this in here. Like, that's what I was telling you when we first started. Like, I need you to say this. It's hard to get people to do that. I need to have Crystal come talk to people about how And I know Lily knows her because she borrowed the little thing from Crystal.
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
So I brought Crystal up, just saying, like, you know, Crystal's a great example. She has done everything to the T, and she has had amazing results. And I said, if you ask her, she will tell you that she feels so much better in her body. She has more energy. And she's had a hard life, and she still feels better, even with the stress that she has put on her. I said she doesn't look at food the same. Like she said, if people have like cookies and cake and stuff around her, she's like, it doesn't even look good to me. I don't want it at all. Because I know how I feel now, I know how I look now, and I feel so much better. That I don't even want that stuff. And I said, so but she stuck to it. She did exactly what she was supposed to. And I said, and she still does her steps. She still sends me her screenshots of steps. I haven't asked her to do that. She just does it. Because she got in the routine of it. She likes it. I think it holds her accountable. And that's great with me. She can send it to me forever if she wants to. But I said, I think it really helps people get a different mindset, and that's what it's about. So we'll see. I don't know. And she was like, are you going to get married? I'm like, no. Like, we don't need to talk about this. Like, so, yeah. That's how that went. I see her again tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning. Okay, I'm unmuting. But I'll mute it again if you have something to want to talk about. Okay, we are back. Looking for setup A plus number 2. It exited the first one at 25%, sticking to the script. We are back again at the 65.50 level again. I'm expecting it to run to 65.30 and we'll execute another put credit spread. We'll do a deeper dive this time. Again, looking for the John Wick reversal candle. We'll see if it breaks this previous level, which it should, and that would be the only reason that price will return back to this level. We're seeing what I believe to be a slow fade to 65.30. And that would, with the right signaling, that would be a high probability setup, 65.30. I looked at the open interest, and there's actually a nice amount of open interest. At 65.10. Again, it could stretch to 6,500. So we're going to let price come to us. The next play, again, would be put credit spread, catching it at the bottom and riding it back up again. Price continues down to 65.30. 6,500, that would be a good ride. However, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at barchart.com at this point and see what levels barchart.com has identified. Not that I don't trust Grace, it's just that sometimes she doesn't do a deep dive based on how I've trained her. She only looks at the 3 support and resistance levels. Because on average, 3 is the max for the sweeps, which is sufficient. However, barchart.com like extends the resistance and support levels. Support, oh, wow. Okay, they're no help today. 6589, 6568, 6556. Those are all been breached, so we can't use that data. So prices at 6537. Not the John Wick we're looking for. And besides, the bottom's at 6530, so we're not there yet anyway. That's where we'll be looking for the reversal pattern is once price gets to 6530. Could be a free fall from there to 6510. Got 2,000 contracts I'm seeing, and from 6510 may as well go to 6500, where there is 1,000 contracts, and then 6595, another 1,000. So we'll just be cautious right here. We're looking for a red John Wick at the bottom, followed by a green candle, followed by another green candle. We need like strong confirmation before we enter the next trade. This could be it, but I don't trust it. We're going to need to see it cover this red candle before I believe it's what we're looking for. The reason I don't believe it is because I know 6530s in this zone may or may not go that low. However, I'm not going to chase this candle.
It seems like the folks that said it like are probably not a whole lot different than the rest of us do. Just still gauging the impact on financial markets, short-term identity.
And I'm feeling like that candle. I'm looking at the 2 minute and I'm feeling like the green candle's a fake. Yeah, I suppose that was an accurate read on the reversal. However, it didn't run very far. It got towards the VWAP and then reversed again. Price did get as low as 65.34. 65.30 is the bottom of the zone. However, there's liquidity at 65.10, which means it could extend down to 65.10, which is close to 6,500 psychological round number. So it could even go as low as 6,500. So we're just gonna let it cook and get to where it's going. It could stay in this zone right here, 65.50. There is a decent amount. Well, what does it say on our? The demand zone is 65.30 to 65.50. So there's a demand right here. Price could just stay right here in this zone. This might be, 65.50 is supposedly the bottom of the pin zone, but it's acting like the top of the pin zone. So we could potentially be looking at BWAP, VWAP, BWAP, B, BWIC, BWIC, BWIC right here. However, with the platform I'm on, it's not BWIC friendly. However, above the VWAP and below 65.20 would be ideal placement. That'd be a pretty tight BWIC, get good premium on it. Below 65.20, that's only about 30 points from current price. That's awesome. And then above the VWAP, 65.70-ish would be another 20 points above. So premium would be pretty good on that. And during this chop, this consolidation, I don't believe it'll be like a strong, like parabolic move. It's going to be a slow fade. down to 65.30, and may extend to 65.20. However, the exit would be 65.30. Once it gets to that zone, our level will see, a slight bit of consolidation as it absorbs the orders there. Yeah, so that's the probabilities. With that being said, it looks like we're in a slow grind towards 65.30. May even consolidate right here at 65.50. Not an A plus setup until it gets where it's going for a put credit spread. However, this would be ideal for a BWIC. So break for me. Just gonna mute us out. Be back in about 30 minutes. 9 o'clock. Not too bad. There's a high margin for error on entry of the trade. Not my favorite. It was so nice.
I think it would be good for her to get away, because even though she's in Colorado, you're still close to like, I think it would just be good for Emma to experience. Colorado's pretty similar to Wyoming, not in the way like, obviously, Colorado has the cities and stuff, which doesn't, but you get a lot of the same type of people. It was just
It doesn't seem like anything good is happening in Colorado, and it doesn't seem like there's much potential for that. For doing this something. Not to say that Colorado's like a shithole, but for her it is.
No, it just doesn't have enough, like, I think she could just do more, especially with what she's going into. No, Paul didn't choose that. He was Paul.
Very well, the IRP guy. Maybe text me later and say that, she just thinks like, for not hiring a person and drawing up this draft that she put up that has no legal standing, not being smart, that that's going to protect her. I'm like, well, I mean, Nate suggested that she see an attorney, and her mom said she felt insulted.
all the schools that parents did for the.
Can an attorney do that? Yeah. So smart. That's who she is. So smart. Good fault. So it's like, well, maybe she'll be open to a guy. She can't do that. Yeah. Well, yeah, but she can't just be following him around and watching what he does. Taking like photos with a telescopic camera. Okay, what do I know? Okay. I'm sorry you're like feeling this way when your mom is like a shit.
It sounds kind of like, I mean, this seems like, I heard that. Basically,
Yes, all this time.
well, it's kind of been in the works, I mean, he's working on the,
Mom said, well, she's just playing the cheaper to keeper game, but only he's not her, he's a him. And she's just trying to figure out how to get herself out of this as cheap as possible without paying spousal support to a man. Without even taking it. Where she's gonna be okay, but the other way this turned out, she ain't gonna be homeless. She won't be broke. She ain't gonna be driving an old beater broke down ass car. She'll be fine. She's in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, well, she can sell the house when she wants.
she chose to be there.
Well, it's like Paul chose.
Well, Renee, hers was chosen a little shit for you guys too.
You got your own shit and it works. Chicken thighs in there too. The salami sandwich. What? Oh yeah, we're trying to have quite a few choices today. Oh, there's always the protein shake. Can't possibly eat all that. You want to keep that choice.
Yeah.
Starving today.
Marcy sounds super excited about the application.
About what?
The Vegas trip is almost like she's more excited. Oh, well, you are thinking, which is good.
Yeah.
It's nice to know.
Right. What is your like?
Why she's so excited.
I mean, like, fuck, it's just bacon.
Yeah, I think it's just my favorite. That's fine. I want to be excited.
More an organic. Want some, like, good natural type scenery. Not to like sleep. Gambling. You know, it's like, not much to Vegas for you. Like, you don't enjoy walking the strip, although you probably get your steps in and walk the strip. It's not your favorite walk. Yeah, not a summer city. Not really your vibe or style. They're more like cute, quaint, old town vibe. More of a town than a city. All the people, blah blah blah, not spread out.
Jumpsuit. Stop it. Yeah, just.
Old folks at 1:30 today. Yeah, yeah. Matt George, Olivia's dad, Olivia's grandparents on the front deck. Dark hair, used to date Ian. The
Long
other,
dark hair?
yeah, long dark hair
Uh-huh.
for her grandparents. Thought they could do class. Oh no, I've never met him. 77. Or I said no, I was like, well, I should at least meet them, make recommendations. I like Olivia's dad. His name's Matt George.
Matt George.
Matt. Matthew. Friends with Coach John sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Gray hair, short, buzz, gray. Yeah. Yeah. So every school makes a recommendation to the folks. You want to train them? Yeah. If you're around them, maybe just take a peek. If you're interested, then just come on over.
Can't really tell if you're saying it's color, but I can. Which one do you like better?
Brown skin, but not like too bright or white. That one, but not necessarily darker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good color red or brown person. Red already just quite work, but they insist. That means no. Oh, God, yeah, that one. Like, no. Lipstick in everyday use isn't to be outrageous.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. What did no. No. Macaroonies.
Get through exhaustion zones. Late session windows. Manage conditions carefully. No revenge trades. Smart money psychology now that we have loaded move quickly before retail reacts.
They spend their whole trading career hiding from themselves. This fear, this subtle, invisible resistance is the psychological core behind why inconsistency persists even when a trader knows better. You may remember in our earlier videos where we talked about self-sabotage, especially in the episode on why traders quit right before they succeed. I explained that every trader reaches a point where the obstacle is no longer the problem, it's the silence between their own thoughts. Journaling amplifies that silence. Journaling confronts your internal dialogue. Journaling exposes you to your own truth. And most traders are simply not ready for that level of honesty. Let's break down exactly why. 1. Journaling removes your ability to lie to yourself. Every trader has two identities. The trader they think they are, and the trader they actually are. The version you imagine, the disciplined, patient, rational version is the one you believe shows up each day. But the version that actually clicks the buttons, manages risk, reacts to the chart, and battles emotions, that's a very different trader. The journal bridges the gap between the two. Suddenly you can no longer say, I follow my rules most of the time. The journal shows you exactly when you don't. You can no longer say, I only take high-quality setups. The journal reveals the impulsive entries you justified in the moment. You can no longer say, I'm disciplined. The journal exposes every decision made out of fear, stress, boredom, frustration, or ego. Without the journal, you can preserve the illusion of discipline. With the journal, the illusion shatters. And this is why traders resist it. Not because journaling is tedious, but because self-honesty is painful. Think back to our video on impatience. How many traders watched that and felt exposed? They recognized themselves in the mistakes I described. But even then, they didn't document the moments where impatience showed up in their trades. They didn't write down the trades they forced. They didn't record the early exits or the premature entries. Because writing it down removes the escape route. It removes the fantasy. The journal forces you to admit I wasn't disciplined. I was emotional. And a little honesty is where consistency is.
Okay, we are back. Getting ready for the Gamma pin. Wow. Okay, so Price has claimed the VWAP and has held it ever since. We've got this break of structure right here. 65.65. So looks like I'm going to do a call credit spread, and I'm going to look at positions above the high 6605, with 6600 being the psychological magnet. And then we have the previous high at previous day's high at 6611. So real quick, just going to take a look at some positions above 6611. Going to take a look at the resistance levels. 6595, 6600, and 6610. At 6595, got broken. Price pulled back 6595 indeed. And then 66, okay, didn't accept, didn't it? And it has held at 6691. So it looks like, well, let's go ahead and take a minute, look at open interest. A nice screenshot. Okay, going to submit that to Grace. 6600, of course. Secondary magnet, 6585, which is where we're at right now. $66.10 has heavy open interest. $66.20 is low liquidity. So it's basically an air pocket. On the put side, 65.50, 65.40 has strong open interest. 6,500 is a major wall. That's the institutional defense. Okay. So key level 6,600, 6,610, 6,620 break squeeze. Support is 65.85, 65.50, 65.35. Support. So Grace is saying 6610 call. $66.15 call. $65 pin towards 6,600. 75% chance that the range will be 65.50 to 66.10. Dealers want price to pin near 6,600. VWAP acting as the control center. Okay. So we don't want to trade between 65.70 and 65.90. We want it outside that range. All right, so the A plus setup is going to come at 65.70 or 65.90. Call credit spread or put credit spread. There it is. So waiting for price. I'm going to take a look at yeah, the deltas are starting to creep down because price is going down. I'm looking on the call side, so the deltas have decreased quite a lot. To get a 15 delta, have to go to 66.05. Maybe I can catch an up impulse and get my call credit spread for a little bit more decent premium. Definitely going to be a safe distance today, though. Not going too close. See, we had a sweep at the high of today, 66.05. We had a sweep. See that John Wick candle up there, followed by the red candle? That's a nice reversal pattern. Went from 66.05 and it ran to 65.88. It went up, then went back down. That was a good 25% play. Again, you know, these plays are designed for 25%. 30% is good. Got 25% on the first play today and 30% on the second one. Both I had the limit order set, so it executed as soon as it saw. It executed for me. I was out of there. So a little bit of stress today, not too much. The first trade was actually an execution error. So instead of entering a put credit spread at the bottom of the box here, or was it here? I think it was here. Yeah, It was that first one with that John Wick. I entered a put debit spread, which means that I intended for price to go down, which I did not. And then it took off. Interesting thing with a put debit spread is price went against me. However, my negative wasn't that big, So I stayed in the trade, tested the VWAP. I was gonna ditch the trade if it reclaimed the VWAP, but as you can see, it didn't. And then it started to run back down. And when it hit 25%, it did an auto close. So I didn't capture too much of that. I just took my 25%, got out of the trade because it was already an execution error on my part from using Webull, the new platform that I'm on. I have to be careful of entries. That's not the first time that that's happened, so I need to be like on point when it comes entries to the entries. So anyway, yeah, that's how that went. But I got 25% on that one, a boo-boo trade. So just putting it out there that if we stick with 25% even on a botched trade, we have a chance of walking out. I made a commitment to God and myself to abide by, I'm going to say 25 to 30%. And, anything beyond that is leaving it open to risk and chance. So I'm not going to do that, especially in the month of April. This is compound month. This is a new season. And I'm going to abide by the rules of the revelation that I've been blessed with. And, I've got the knowledge, the insight, the wisdom, and the skill. However, it requires discipline to execute every day. And the main issue that I'm working on this month is not entering trades too soon and sticking to 25 to 30%. I say 30% because it can be obtained. However, excuse me, we need to be aware of the levels where price can reverse. That's where trades turn against, is staying in the trade, and it comes to a resistance level or a support level. So for example, here we see a support level. I mean, it's a consolidation, which is now a support level because price was there and then it reversed and went up. So we keep an eye on this level right here at 6,681 because the support level is actually at 6,585, right? Yeah, in here. And price has rejected that support level and it's continuing to run not run, but fade to the VWAP. So it's nice when we see a retest of the VWAP in quarter four because that is showing us the direction of the market late in the game. So I'm curious to see what happens. Right now, if price is going to reject Our support level is actually at 6570. Oh, I see. We had a support level at 6588, rejected. We've got one at 6570 and 6550. Looks like we're getting a John Wick candle here. Oh, that John Wick candle sure did turn red. Oh, big red. So that is not a reversal signal. Yep, looks like some fake signals at the VWAP right now. Not doing anything without clear execution. I mean, clear confirmation. Looks like we're headed towards the bottom of the support level, though. We'll see if it holds. If it does, put credit spread. Might dip into the VWAP just a little bit. So 6570 is just below. What we're seeing right now is a retest of 6570, which is a support level. It's also a test of the VWAP at 6572. So this is going to be a huge determiner in whether or not I'm going to execute a put credit spread into the gamma pin close. We do have action at a gamma pin. Couple concerns. One is the structure of, we've got this structure right here that's pretty open, and there's a good number of contracts down at the 6550 level that I have marked off. So we've got some liquidity down there. However, we've got the 6600 up top. So we need a clear bias and direction from price action right now. And we don't quite have it, but we should get it within the next few points. I'm looking at the 2-minute chart. It's a little less noisy than the 1 minute and more precise than the 5 minute for entries and confirmations. It's faster. Obviously, it's a 2-minute chart. However, I want to say, okay, here we go. We're gonna see what's up. We'll see what happens at 6570. Price is at 6571, so VWAP has been hit, and let's see if it runs through the VWAP or not. If it does, then we can expect price to continue downward. Strong probability. Where would I put my put credit spread? I would put it resistance level 6595 looks like prime place to put it. I do believe this is a legit rejection. Yeah, this is a legit rejection of the VWAP. Trying to identify a good level. 6577. $65.90. $65.95. Looks like a call credit spread, huh? See, the credit on that's not too great, but it's a good play. Closer. 6580. 575. Or best yet, we just let it run to 6550. It's already there. So before I could make my mind up, price got there. That's a big red candle on the 2-minute chart. So I'm just gonna stand down at this point and let price do its thing. 6550 is the next stop. And so this is about where we'll most likely see the pin between 6550 and 6600. I know that's quite a spread, but I'm doing a put credit spread or a call credit spread, and right now it looks like a put credit spread, but I want price to get to 6550, and I only have about 20 minutes before I gotta run. So hopefully can't rush the process. That's not a John Wick candle. So that's what I mean. Like, I think there's a lot of fakes going on. Okay, we are getting some action at a reversal though, but I don't trust that because what level is this? 663, 65, 63. That's, yeah, there is some support there. But the last time price was there, we saw selling. And I don't see why we're going to see buying at this point with price being there. See over to the left, that's why I said that is I'm taking this level right here and I'm looking across to see what happened the last time price was there. And the last time price was there, it went here. So history doesn't repeat itself all the time, but it does rhyme. And so I'm not trying to predict, I'm just reacting to what I see. And I'm not buying this as a reversal.
Fourth quarter final A plus setups only. Smart money psychology trap traders at the bottom before the next engineered move.
Yeah, so no move without A plus setup, and we don't have confirmation of an A plus setup yet. This red line does not belong here. Okay, there we go.
Fourth quarter final A plus setups only. Smart money psychology trap traders at the bottom before the next engineered move.
Yeah, so we don't want to get trapped here. It's been, a pretty good day. Actually made an error on entry. Thought I was entering a put credit spread. Ended up entering a put debit spread. I did that over here. I saw the reversal John Wick. I saw the green candle confirming it was at the bottom of a sweep. I'd already identified this level as a sweep zone, and I was looking for the reversal pattern. I saw it at the bottom of the box, and I was like, oh, okay, put credit spread. It's at the bottom of the box. And price started to move up, and then it ran, and I was wondering, why am I still red? And so I looked and saw that it was a put debit spread. So I'm operating on this Webull platform, and I need to be super careful of my entries because it's not like, I don't know, I've made a few mistakes on this platform executing my entries and entering, strategies that I didn't intend to. So anyway, price ran up here, and I was like, okay, well, if the bias gets flipped, I'm out of this trade, but it got rejected and started to run back down this way. I had my 25% already entered, and it closed at 25%. So I made money off of that one. And then second play was a call. Oh, yeah, I saw this John Wick. I did a call credit spread. As soon as I saw the red candle forming right here, I was like, okay, that's a reversal for sure. So I entered at about 6595 or 6600 or something like that. It ran down It eventually bottomed out right here and then did a run back, but from the top of this red candle to the bottom of this red candle was 25%. So you can see, price was at 65.80, finished at 65, like 70, and I had my 25%, no, 30%. Yeah, that was actually good for 30%. I had my 30% exit, and I was like, okay, that's good. So that was my first two plays of the day. One of them was stressful. The other one was like 10, 15 minutes at most. And so I was out. And now we're back, and we're looking at the gamma pin. All right, so price is pinning here. So I don't particularly like this setup. So 65.50. Let's see how many contracts at 65.50. $6,600 still has the highest concentration of contracts. High number of contracts, higher number of contracts, above 65.50. Delta's a 30. That looks pretty attractive. Call credit spread, put credit spread, put credit spread. You can go with an even safer play, 12 Delta at 65.35. No stress with that one. And that's the low of the day. Liquidity did get tapped there. It's below the 65.50. This could be the gamma pin setup right here. 6572 is the VWAP. .24 delta on that. So VWAP safety 6575. 6575. We got 25 delta. Or looking at the put side, .6550. Well, I'm going to go with the bias and go on the other side of the VWAP at 657. 20 points. $6,580 is decent. Right, 6,580. Gee, there's a lot of contracts up there. There's a lot of open interest on the top side. Interest doesn't fall off until like 66.45. $65.45. I'm going away from the open interest. So let's make sure I get this right. 6545, 6540, put vertical. I'm gonna sell it. So sell the 6545 put, buy the 60. Oh, okay, that's on me. 6545. There we go. 6545, 6540. I'll sell that. 6540, 6545. Okay. Yeah, credit kind of stinks on that. Maybe we'll get a little pullback first. I'm running out of time. Got 5 minutes. Okay, so if we get a reclaim of the VWAP, that's the next move. It'll be a put credit spread, but can move it up. Price, I do believe price wants to go up. Needs to get past this support level though, which I'm going to say oh, plus we have the reversal pattern there. There's the John Wick, and then we've got, yeah, I'm going to change my play, and I'm going to go underneath the VWAP, which is at 6571. That'll be a better play. 65. I'll go 6560. No, 6550. 6550 is 6545. Boy, price is running. Okay, so we will go 6570. All right, that's better. Make sure I get my entry right. Buy the 6.5, sell the 6.570, buy the 6.5. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that run. Well, that's quite a run. I seem to have had like an issue with the entry and didn't catch it in time. Hopefully you did. Or on the way down. That's a John Wick right there. Let's see if I can execute call credit spread at the top. 6,600 psychological number. Call credit spread. Premiums look pretty good. Sell. Sell the 66.15. Buy the 66.20. Wow, I can't believe that happened right in front of me. That was going to be my play. John Wick reversal, though. There it is. Big one. Okay, I submitted it. We'll see. I'm above 66.10, 66.15. I'm going to have to run, but we'll see how it goes. Should be good. It's an order. Yeah, It's just sitting in the order. It's not filled, so we'll see. Anyway, peace out. Good luck. Hopefully you got a good entry. We had 2 of them. All right. Stream with you tomorrow.